try that again. Wow, we're still coming off of recess. Good morning, everyone. There we go. All right. It's all very serious, but we'll have a little fun, right? Welcome to the Public Safety Committee. I'm Mitchell Englander, Chairman of the committee. It's Friday, July 27th. I am a committee of one, committee of the chair this morning. So as a reminder on that, the Brown Act and the rules, just to remind those public members who filled out public speaker cards or who are here on particular items, as it pertains to the Brown Act, it says specifically that public comment and testimony is not legally bound under the Brown Act unless we have a quorum. Then we are not, in fact, allowed to have what's called a public comment. We can have you talk, but we can't have a public comment as part of the record unless we have a quorum. In fact, the Los Angeles City Council cannot meet without a quorum. We as a committee can meet as a communication from the chair, but without the benefit of quorum. Now, having said that, so we won't be able to have the public comment, unfortunately, and if anybody's upset about that, as am I, I'd urge you to contact my colleagues and ask them to come to committee when you are able to get out of bed and make it on your own as well. Having said that, if we do get a quorum at any time during the meeting, I will open up public comment and bring those cards in. And I appreciate you all coming up and getting up early this morning and coming down here, and I thank you for that. I think it's critically important that we have members of the public speak, particularly to the one of the most important committees on the City Council, the Public Safety Committee, that oversees the critical functions here in Los Angeles, police and fire, and many other things. So with that, we do have a number of cards. I'm going to hold on to them for now. Are any of the cards on brush clearance? Do we have any?
Number 14 at the top.
We have 14 here on brush clearance. And so here's what I'm going to do on the brush clearance ones, because that isn't, it's viewed slightly different.
Thank you.
Because it's more of an appeal process. I'd like to have those members, if it pertains to not brush clearance in general, but if there are members here, if there are folks here, residents that are speaking specifically on their brush clearance item, specifically on their property. Can I see a show of hands? Okay. There are 3. So I will have you speak to those when we get to that on the agenda, because we're in a different process. Then it's not just a matter of public comment, and it's pertaining specifically to your property. So I will hear it as a chair. We won't hear it as a committee. But you still have the opportunity in council to bring that forward as well. And if there are any members, by the way, that live in my district, specifically on brush clearance as well, and I do have one that I see, feel free to contact my office as well separately outside a committee meeting, and we'll work with you and at least find out your side of what's occurred. With that, I'm also joined now by my esteemed colleague from the 15th, Council Member Joe Buscaino. Good morning.
Mr. Chair, good morning.
He has the second furthest drive here to City Hall, and so I thank you for coming. With that, that doesn't bring us to a quorum yet, just so you know, but we're going to go ahead and go through the consent calendar first. It'll be a communication from the chair on consent, and we'll have, let me see here. I'm going to hold 2 on the desk. Item 2, Mr. Buscaino.
Thank you.
You might have a question on that. I'm going to move item 3 on consents.
So moved.
4 I'm going to move on consent, although I'd like the CAO to meet with me before this comes to council. I've got just a lot of personal questions as it pertains to the UASI, some of the UASI grants. And my colleagues can take those up if they've got questions on council, but I don't have questions as they pertain to specifically this committee. So I'd put a request in the CAO's office. Is there somebody from the CAO's office that can set that up? Is there someone here from the CAO's office that can set that up?
Yes.
Yeah, okay, so if you could just set up a meeting with me directly outside of committee, that'd be great. Thank you. On item 5, we have technical amendments, so we'll go ahead and approve those EMD grants with the technical amendments and move that on consent as well. Item 6.
Mr. Chair, on number 5, the technical change submitted by EMD, the revenue source code and recommendation number 2 should be 3685 for the record.
Okay. So we'll make that amendment and that technical change to controller instruction and submitted to EMD. Okay, we'll go ahead and pass that on consent with those changes. Modifications on number 6 that's the Prop Q citywide public safety bond program. I do, again, on that one, I also have questions. We'll go ahead and move that on consent as well. So, but we'll bring that up with the CAO as it relates to Prop Q and what's left and what we're funding. And so when you do come back and set up a meeting with me prior to coming to council, if you could have some answers that I might bring into council, which will be, and I know it's been managed well, but what's really left to do and why the management fee and why not doing it in-house. And then on 7, we'll go ahead and move that on consent as well. 8 is receive and file, so we'll go ahead and receive and file 8. I had a question, but it appears that it was the answer was submitted to committee. Okay.
Is that right here?
The number 9, we'll go ahead and move that on to consent as well. That's a reward motion.
Yes.
Number 10, was that your reward motion? No. Okay, we'll go ahead and move that on to council. Number 10, consent as well. That's a donation. And that's a receive and file as well. Number 11 is consent. I'd love to hear more about Fire Chief TV, but not this morning. Sounds interesting. I'm not sure if it's a reality TV show, but there's no fiscal impact, so we'll go ahead and move that one. That'll be fun. When's that going to air? Oh, I didn't call it, so don't bother responding. We'll go ahead and move it on.
We'll get you a copy.
We'll give me a copy. All right.
Nope.
Private viewings.
Chief Vidovich is going to host that? You're going to host that, John? Denver next week. Oh, in Denver. Okay.
In Denver. Okay. Well, if you ride a skateboard there, don't go over 10 miles an hour. On item 12, we're going to go ahead and move that on consent as well for the leadership staff training, and also want to thank the foundation for the donation.
Yes.
Now we have a foundation. That's nice to say that.
Karen Wagner.
Karen is fantastic. Yes, let's thank Karen Wagner, and as well as our president of the board, who's doing a great job, Ron Rogers. On item 13, we'll move that on consent. That's the department's contract with Erickson Aircrane. This was already in the adopted 12-13 budget. This is the Sky Crane and also the heavy lift, I believe. I'm not sure if we use it for heavy lift, but it's got the capability. And but that's the one with the umbilical cord that you see flying over our houses, and the fires sucking water out of any pond or swimming pool, and it's a great apparatus. And so we'll go ahead and move that on consent. It's already been budgeted. Item 14 is...
Mitch?
Yes.
If I can just, we had a brush fire, a small grass fire at Harbor Regional, Kemaloy Regional Park, and the fire department wanted to really thank them for their quick response in putting that fire out. And it was a great collective effort, at which point we used the helicopter as well. Was that, do we end up using that helicopter? Actually, I know they pulled water from the lake to put out the brush, but nonetheless, it was a great response. I want to thank the fire department for that.
Very nice. Okay, and 14 we're going to hold because we're going to come back to it. Those are the brush clearance items. So does that take us to item 1, Mr. Clerk?
On the regular agenda, it does. You also have 2 items on your special agenda.
Correct. We haven't opened up the special yet, so we'll go ahead and take item 1.
Item 1, Fire Department to present verbal report relative to the status of implementation of FireStat LA, data capture analysis, and department response times.
Morning.
Good morning. Good morning. Dave Yamahata, Chief Deputy, Los Angeles Fire Department. I'm joined by Pat Butler, Assistant Chief with the Fire Department. Real quick, just to give you an update on our response times, as you're aware of, Fire Department's been working very hard at developing a process to provide accurate response times. As a result, the Fire Chief has formed a task force, which Assistant Chief Pat Butler is the chair for that. Before I turn it over to Pat to allow him the opportunity to go over exactly what his mission is with this task force, I just wanted to give you an update on what we're doing in reference to our response times.
And with that, if you could also highlight what's going on as we agendized it as in FireStat as well, not just the response time elements, but we'll go through all that.
Yes. Actually, Chief Butler will speak to FireStat as well.
Okay.
When we move toward that. To give you an idea of what we're doing, one of the biggest things in defining accurate response times, and looking at our CAD system, as a department, what we're trying to do is basically peel back all the layers. So the CAD system is a very old system, and over the years, a number of crystal reports have been developed. Each year, you have different individuals that come in, they develop new reports, and
For those listening in, can you define crystal reports just quickly?
a crystal report is a report dealing with response times, such as how long does it take for an emergency response to get from time of dispatch to time on scene. Another report could be how long it takes for a call taker to take the call from 911, answering that call, to dispatching a resource, or how many calls a certain resource goes on. You have all these different reports that have been tabulated over the years. What we're doing is kind of peeling back all the layers down to the raw data of our CAD report, and then building up from that so we know we have accurate information, we know what we're asking for. As a result, as we continue to peel back these different layers, we continue to find more problem areas that we're working on as a fix. For instance, to give you an example, we discovered more recently that in our current programming, routinely we get structure response or different types of responses where we need additional resources. The brush fire down in Councilman Buscaino's district required a number of resources down there. Yeah. What happens currently in our process is when the initial dispatch goes out, we get a response time. When additional resources are requested, what happens is that when that additional resource is requested, then that response time is actually factored in the overall response time. So as a result, what you have is a overall longer response time. So truly it's not inaccurate, and that has added to our overall response time.
Is this newly identified information?
Yes, it was recently identified by our current commander at our Metro Fire Communications Center.
Sounds like an error in our favor.
It is, definitely. It is an error in our favor. ITA is currently working on that. They hope to have a fix that we will be testing by next week.
Do we have any indication of how long that's been recorded that way?
We're looking at probably about 12 years.
12 years.
Yeah, that we discovered that it goes back about 12 years. Fortunately for us, though, is our CAD data is taped, And so we can go back several years to look at that data, clean it up, and bring forward some accurate information.
So there's a way to strip it apart, if you will,
That is correct.
and go through and pull out those variations that you described?
Yes.
And get back down to what were the first on scene, and just look and recalculate those?
Exactly.
Has there been any, or are we going to be having, if we haven't done so yet, and it sounds like this is newly discovered, it's the first I've heard of it, has there been any attempt, or will there be an attempt to have a third-party independent evaluation to determine that that's in fact exactly accurate in what's
Accurate
happened as well?
information. Not at this time.
Not yet, but will there be moving forward? You're going to address that?
Yes, sir.
In a minute.
And I'll cover that.
Okay, you'll cover where we're going. Okay, great. Just so we have
Sure.
that validation and transparency, and I know we're looking at doing that with everything now anyway, which
Yes.
is going to be part of the update on FireStat as well, but that is what appears to be very good news, is from what I'm hearing.
Yep.
What are the steps being taken for corrective action?
Well, right now, our first step is to correct it from this point forward.
Okay. And is that an easy fix, or does it require, I mean, that's an ITA question?
It's an IT question, but from what I understand, I don't know if you can consider it easy, but it's something that they recognize that they can fix. They will implement the fix, and then it will have to be tested to make sure that the fix is working properly.
Okay.
And
Will you be
once-
are you going to be working on any type of formal report that will be submitted to both the commission, committee, and/or the third-party evaluators that we funded in this year's budget to identify exactly what that is, so we have some detail in the near future?
What we can do is incorporate it in the task force information. The task force will be bringing forward routine updates on the accomplishments and things that they're doing, and they can bring that up in that report, which will be presented to Fire Commission.
Oh, great. Okay, fantastic. Thank you. That is good news, and I appreciate not only that you've discovered this, and sometimes everything happens for a reason. The idea that we're starting to peel back layers and look at issues and problems, and you can't fix anything unless you know about it.
Right.
And so now that we're discovering and we're looking at in more detail all of these analysis and these reports and the methods in which we come up with them, and reevaluating how we're going to be measuring these types of responses, this is good. This is good information, and I want to applaud you for also bringing this to our attention publicly, and not just going in and that would have been what I would call the fire department of yesterday, and we have a new department today, and the chief's office and along with all the chiefs, you guys have been since we've been moving forward in this new era, this new model, very forthcoming. Since a lot of the issues have hit, if you will. Right. And so I want to applaud you for that. And thanks for bringing that to our attention this morning, this update. That's very important information.
Yeah, one of the priorities of the fire chief, I'm sure he's indicated before, is that he wants to be very transparent in moving forward and trying to clarify our response times. In addition, one last item I wanted to bring up, again, being transparent. We've recently made our transition over to our new fire dispatch center. I'm sure one of the issues that has come up also as well has been the call processing time, the time when our dispatchers gets a 911 call to the time that they actually dispatch a resource out. One of the things that we've been working on, and again, just to inform the committee to be transparent, is we continue to be working on a problem with our volume or audio for our call takers, meaning that when they get the 911 call.
Can you repeat? I didn't hear you.
The audio or volume.
Bad joke, but,
Oh, yeah, good one.
the audio.
All right, you got
No,
me.
but this is serious. So they can't hear the caller?
What we're working on is we're experiencing
Softball.
we're experiencing problems with the audio in terms of sometimes What we found is that individuals that call from a payphone, sometimes on a cell phone, you have interference in the background and so forth. Oftentimes our call takers try to adjust the volumes, but they're limited in their volume control. If you get too high, then they start to get feedback in the ears. And we're working very diligently on trying to fix that. We have several vendors that we're working with that had.
Is this a new problem?
No, it's a problem we've been working on, but like anything else, in trying to be transparent with the committee and with the public and so forth, and knowing or understanding that our call processing time is part of our overall response
Chief,
time.
I think we've all experienced, I mean, we're all cell phone users.
Yeah.
I don't think there's anybody in LA that's not a cell phone user. We all experience issues, certainly when they're not landline phones or you referred to something called a payphone. I'll have to look that up and what that is later. But we've all experienced the problems that when you can't hear the caller and drop calls.
Right.
Is that sort of where it's isolated?
Mm-hmm.
That's what you'd mentioned?
What we've finally isolated it to, it appears that it's a possible headset.
The headset issue. But as it relates to also landline phones, or discussing having the communication problem with people that are on the other end, the callers, on their landline phones, or you'd said cell phones and pay phones?
Mostly cell phones and pay phones.
Okay.
Again, like anything else, it depends on the caller.
Have you had identified how many or the frequency that this is occurring yet?
I don't have a
Not
percent.
yet.
It's just what happens is on our dispatch floor, our call takers, when they experience a problem at their particular council, they kind of write out a troublesheet. And from that troublesheet, then ITA and other staff work diligently on trying to fix that problem for that particular council.
Okay, I appreciate you bringing this to our attention as well. So you're working on the problem
Yes, we
with the
are.
vendor and ITA?
Yes.
And if you can keep us informed.
We can
And
do
I appreciate you letting us know that as well.
Thank you
So
very
thank
much.
you very much.
Okay.
Good morning, Mr. Chair.
Morning.
Councilmember Briscano. This is Assistant Chief Patrick Butler, Special Operations Division, and I'd like to give an overview of the task force. I'd also like to recognize Mr. Fazio here today. Excellent recommendation for the commission as well. The Task Force on Information and Data Analysis is composed of public and private leaders selected by the Fire Chief for their knowledge, vision, public policy experience, diversity, professional, and organizational experience. We're fortunate to have local expertise included, as well as you mentioned, outside third-party folks that have specific expertise can help us. The RAND Corporation, USC Viterbi School of Engineering, and the LAPD Real-Time Analysis and Critical Response Division, which I've met with as well, who have a lot of analytical tools that we can use. Our mission is to develop systems, policies, and processes to accurately and transparently analyze and report the inputs, outputs, and outcomes of our department. This real-time accurate information will enhance leadership and policy decisions and allow our internal and external stakeholders to see and measure our performance. As well as initiate discussions and dialogue among the organization and develop and disseminate best practices throughout the department. So it speaks to what Chief Yamahata talked about as we look at components of our system. We're going to have this task force with outside experts. And it's just not a task force in name. We've already met several times. We've been discussing a lot of the concerns and data collection in our system. And we've met several times. As a matter of fact, I do have a list of areas for research for ITA and our outside expertise. This will be a 3-track system that will lead to the FireStat model, where we use data and analytical tools to improve performance, identify gaps in the organization, and use that as a strategy to kind of plan for the organization, and eventually deployment models as well. The first track, though, is the data accuracy and interpretation, which we speak about today, where we're going to conduct analysis of LAFD data collection and also review our incident coding types and other data concerns we may have. The second piece, the second track, will be the research plan and development. This is kind of the why. Why are we doing this? And it's to identify best practices in technology, academia, and data collection, and look for opportunities to apply these models throughout our organization. And then the third phase is the implementation. That's where we get to aggregate all this information and integrate it into a system where we can implement real-time data analysis tools in order to accurately report data to the public, a public report card, a public-facing website, but as well develop a method for disseminating best practices to the organization. I think the Los Angeles Police Department, I met with Captain Malinowski yesterday as well, and their department has done a lot of innovative and creative ideas in their organization where they use data and analytical tools and third-party providers that kind of put together this common operating picture. One of the discussions I had yesterday with LAPD was maybe we have this citywide public safety vision, common operating picture, where we can integrate all this information. I'll be chairing that task force with several members, internally and externally, and there's several subcommittees, and I'll be also welcoming input from the public and other folks who have an interest in this. And that's the overview, and at this time, if there are any questions.
I have a statement rather than a question, because I think you answered it all. I'm excited. I mean, this is exactly what I hoped for. And, you know, when first introduced FireStat, it wasn't even the detailed, comprehensive idea that you just presented. It was, let's do something similar but altogether different from ComStat that works with a department that's similar but altogether different from the police department. And it's exactly what you're doing. And a lot of people out there in the general public and media can point fingers as to say this is reactive. Reactive is simply looking at data and saying we're going to make the corrections. This is proactive. This is changing a culture, and it's such a positive step.
Absolutely.
And a lot of work is a lot of work. What you've just described in just a few seconds is hours and hours and hours of prepared deliberations and going through the discussions and picking out the right people to participate in the task force. And I mean, I know everything that goes in behind closed doors into these types of discussions, and particularly when you've got an agency that's never done anything like this, and quite frankly, will be the first fire department in the country to do something like this. It's revolutionary. It's encouraging, and please send my regards and my best to Chief Cummings that this is exactly what this fire department not only should be doing, but we've got the best department, bar none, the best men and women in the department. And I don't just mean in the field, but also the brass. And so I compliment you guys in putting all this together. It's very, very exciting for me to hear that this is exactly what's going on. The time is ripe. It couldn't be better. And particularly during tough fiscal times, because looking at bringing this forward, and you just heard what we were approving in UASI grants and other things going to the police department, we're able to track things and dialogue and figure out exactly what resources we need, but we're able to justify them, and we're able to show transparently how we got there and what's happening in the field and the need for not only that personnel or equipment. I mean, the fire department in the last couple of years has been decimated financially. And it's not till these response time issues are coming out that people are really ringing the alarm bells, if you will. And that's unfortunate, because the problems, we rely on the fire department. And it's, you know, they always say, where's a cop when you need him? But with the fire department, you need that resource. And it's not a matter of, well, it took 15 or 20 minutes to get that resource there to fill out a report, a crime report. Every minute counts. It's critically important if somebody's having a heart attack or shortness of breath or drowning, that golden hour. We get somebody that's, when they respond, they're well trained. They know exactly what to do to save a life. And so having all these measurement tools in place and that open discussion is so important. So thank you for bringing this forward. I really appreciate it.
Appreciate your leadership in bringing the idea forward, putting it out there as a concept, and we all coalesce around it. Also, I want to also acknowledge Commissioner Scobin, who's played a tremendous role in this, being our liaison with 9 years on the commission. And I know that our public safety committee here has several police officers on it. And I think it's important to recognize that as well, that Commissioner Scobin is really engaged in it.
Yeah,
so.
absolutely. Thank you for mentioning that as well. And I think in the near future, we've got room for firefighters here as well. Mr. Buscaino, please.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. I just also want to acknowledge you, Mitch, for your for championing this fire stat effort and for putting this in the forefront of the whole issue of response time. So thank you for your leadership on this issue, and also want to commend Chief Cummings for his effort in moving this forward. It's a true testament of his leadership of not only reaching out to folks internally and within the department, but also externally as well, reaching out to the community to put together this task force. I had an opportunity just yesterday, spent 2 hours at Station 48 with Captain Luna and his firefighters.
They
And
must
just
have made you lunch.
No lunch.
No
Actually,
lunch.
it's at
2 hours,
Joseph's
right?
Bakery. We had some pastries and coffee, and this morning and morning time, and it was good. It was a good time just to catch up with the firefighters in my district and continue to hear their concerns and continue to acknowledge the good work that they're doing in the harbor area. Yeah, as you know, earlier this year, the controller came out with a set of initiatives and audits. How is this task force going to be fitting in line with what her recommendations are in moving forward with this fire stat initiative?
The controller's audit provides excellent recommendations for us to move forward. I think it's a good benchmark for us to establish our foundation on. So we will be using a controller's audit. Chief Yamahata, as a matter of fact, is working on responses specifically to the questions and concerns directly addressed there. But most definitely an excellent platform for us to have some type of public document, some benchmarks, and the benchmarks that we'll put forward on it.
And you know, with like Councilmember Englander's, like for me, it's like timelines. When's this? You know, when do we expect to see some results and recommendations come through the committee?
Well, the task force meets every Wednesday for the data accuracy and every other Wednesday for the research plan. And my expectation is in the next 30 days I'll come forward with some of the recommendations, and maybe also I think we may even have more questions at some point, and asking the right questions will be important. But specifically within the next 30 days, we'll come forward with what our progress. So we have a program management system set up that lets us know what our benchmarks are. But within 30 days, I'll bring something back.
Thanks, Chief. Thank you.
Great. Thank you very much. Again, really appreciate it. Thank you. Be safe out there. All right. Next up, we're going to go ahead and jump over to the special agenda. And we've got 2 items. Item 2, we'll go ahead and move on consent. Item 1, we'll open up the hot seat.
Mr. Chair, on item number 2, there are actually 2 ordinances on file. We recommended to approve the city attorney's second draft ordinance dated July 3rd and receive and file the first draft ordinance dated June 29th.
Yes.
Oh, this is special.
That's on the special.
This is regular agenda item number 2.
No, I'm
This is
sorry.
special 2.
We're on the special 2.
Okay.
Special 2. I'm thinking there was only 2 items, but yeah. No, we haven't taken number 2 yet. We're on the special agenda. I'm sorry. Let me be clear. We're on the special agenda. There are 2 items on the special agenda. We're going to go ahead and move item number 2, consent. That's a reward motion or reward payment for motion, for reward motion. Move that to council and go back to item number 1 on the special, which is commission appointment of Mr. Steve Fazio.
Italian?
Well, there's some in there.
Need some more Italian leaders in the
Uh-oh.
city.
Uh-oh.
Names that end in an O are okay, right?
That's right. Oh, and consonants.
Good morning, Councilman Buscaino and Chairman Englander. It's a pleasure and an honor to be here. I received a call about a week ago asking me to be a candidate for this commission, and I can't tell you what level of pride and enthusiasm that I embrace this with. It's only been a week, but I've already gone to work on the internet as well as in the department, trying to learn as much as I can about what goes on in the fire department. Had an opportunity to meet with some of the leaders of the department, and been incredibly impressed. Have met with Chief Butler, who we just listened to, and I'm really amazed at the level of detail that they've embraced some of the challenges with, particularly given the immense reductions in the budget that the fire service has had to endure over this last year or 2. and yet they have such a can-do attitude in that fire department that no matter what you throw their direction, they seem to be able to have the resilience to figure out how to make sure to continue to provide the kind of service that, as you said, Chairman Englander, is the finest in the country. I'm also very excited about this opportunity as a result of my 30 years of experience as a line reserve with the LAPD, where I've worked alongside of the fire department, maybe have called the fire department more than the average person as a result of, that endeavor where you have to call for an RA, as a first responder, and watching the speed in which they're able to respond within, A, and B, the professionalism that they come to each and every incident with, and the culture of that department. And as a person that has studied organizational culture for a while, both academically as well as in business, I can tell you that's not an easy thing to create, that can-do attitude, that friendliness, that professionalism. So those ingredients are in place, and even though I recognize, as a candidate for the commission, that there are some challenges, with that kind of a spirit, with that kind of an intellect, with that kind of a culture, I have absolutely no doubt that this fire department will step up as they always do and accomplish whatever, are the needs of the city, which they have always continued to do under any circumstances. I also feel maybe that the cross-pollination between somebody in business coming into the commission, I've always had great respect for those with law degrees. In no way it would ever disparage them. I guess the euphemism would be, some of my best friends are attorneys. But the fact that I come from more of a business background, with more of an MBA, type of an approach, and as a CEO, I think and feel, excited about the opportunity to kind of cross-pollinate those different organizations. I'm very connected to the business community, and I feel as though the business community would be very excited to be somehow more, a part of the fire department, where they may be able to lend expertise. We heard Chief Butler speak a little bit about the USC and RAND, involvement in the fire department and the enthusiasm within which, that's been embraced. I think we'll find the exact same thing. All those variables are very much in place when I talk to some of my friends who are CEOs of businesses in this city and ask them already, hey, if we ever wanted to reach out, to the entertainment industry to do some public service announcements, or to the, whatever industry to help out at the foundation level and, get to know the fire department. They're an amazing group. Every single person that I've mentioned it to, because word gets around, has said, A, congratulations, B, how can I help, C, well, what can we do maybe in my company to be of service to you, to the fire department, if you end up in that commission appointment. And so I'm very heartened by the fact that there's a big city out there, and even though we're in a fiscal, mess right now, I think you'll find that there's a lot of support from this business community to, to be there for this fire department.
Oh, thank you. I'm going to turn it over to my colleague first, see if he has any questions. No questions.
Oh, thank you very much.
One thing that you left out,
Sir.
which was probably one of the most critical components, was that you are a Valley resident and you live in the 12th district.
Indeed I am.
And you love your councilman. No. It's a unique opportunity as well to have two reserve and former reserve officers on the commission. With everything that's going on right now with the department, the challenges, and we use that word loosely, and it's overused, are great. And the biggest challenge facing the department, quite frankly, is not the credibility issue. Those are blips on the screen right now, quite frankly. They're issues, but the department, as you've just heard, is really, truly getting in front of a lot of those and dealing with them, and could have been resistant. In fact, I think though many people anticipated resistance, they're embracing the issues and the challenges and working really hard to get through them, and they'll need your guidance and help and experience that you've just articulated well. They need that focus, and so I think you do bring that. Those are not the biggest challenges. The biggest challenges, quite frankly, are the bleak financial situation that our city budget is in. They've taken a tremendous hit. And so while we've restored funds this year to the tune of $40 million to the department, it's nowhere near enough. We're now finally hiring firefighters, but it's the first time we've done so in many, many years. And so there's going to be a lot of challenges as we bump along and grind along the bottom of this fiscal crisis, one of the worst crises we've seen certainly in my lifetime, globally, and not just here in Los Angeles. If we watch other cities around us filing bankruptcy, our firefighters, our fire department, and police department, that's our core function as public safety. It's the most important thing we do as a city. It's the most important thing we do. And so this is one of the most important commissions, and particularly given the recent turbulence, although they're coming out of that because they have a plan and they're working the plan. I give them a lot of credit for that. They've really stepped up. And it was time to either step down or stepped up. They've all stepped up. And they're putting in double time, and they're showing those and being transparent, which just even coming here this morning to identify problems and letting us know, hey, by the way, we found this issue, and we're working on it. And we found another issue, and by the way, we're working on it. We've already identified the vendor, and we've contacted them, and we put a team together, and we're working on that. Now, just that alone is such a refreshing change. They're really embracing the idea of working with the public and working with the council and working with media, sometimes those are tough lessons. So we're going to need you. And the last thing I'd like to say is, and I've known you, Steve, for many years. You are not only the other thing that you've left out that I think is more important, quite frankly, than your business. And it's more important than your dedication to the city of a 35-year plus line reserve officer. Now, if I recall correctly from reading your bio, you worked out of 77th as well.
Yes, sir.
It wasn't just sitting at a desk at some local station that had no crime. You were in the core of the city and in one of the hardest areas for many years, working in a black and white, in patrol, putting your life on the line for free. And so I usually ask commissioners about their time commitment and what they're willing to put in. I think you've already detailed that well. But I wanted to compliment you on the one thing you did leave off, and I happen to know, since I know you, that you are a great father. And you've done an incredible job with your own children, and that's a reflection of who you are, and I see how close you are with them. And I think I've got to state that for the record publicly, and I wish everybody's listening in, because the dedication, you see a lot of successful parents, and dual working parents particularly now, and as well as you've done in business, you've always put family first, and it shows when you're with your children, and I see that. So I wanted to compliment you on that, and you certainly have my support. We move this on to council. Congratulations, and may God be with you.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you, Council. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, that takes us off this special agenda, brings us back onto the regular agenda, and that will be what's left here, I believe. Mr. Fazio, I believe we have you a holding spot on Tuesday for council. That brings us on to the brush clearance, which is item 14. We do have some cards. There are some general public speaker cards on item 14. Again, to reiterate, if you came in late, we do not have a quorum, so we will not be taking general public speaker cards unless you have a specific property that you are a party to in terms of the record. But I will tell you before we get into what we can and can't do at this specific hearing in public safety on these hearings, that they're conducted by the original hearings that were conducted by a hearing officer. On average, there are about 150 verbal brush clearance appeals each year. About 8 cases are heard per day, with roughly 45 minutes given for each case. And hearing officers prepare the basis for their decision recommendation based on many factors and criteria. We have the opportunity here in committee to review the assessments, including any newly discovered or additional evidence presented by the property owner at the committee meeting. So that is only for new information that was not presented to the hearing officer. Oftentimes we get folks that come because they've already made the determination based on the opportunity they've had to meet with you. They'll come and say, well, this is what I told the hearing officer. Yes, well, we know that. It's part of the file, so I appreciate that. But if you've got new information or additional information that to bring forward and share, that's what the purpose of this discussion would be for. It takes one of 4 possible actions that we've got. That decision then has to go to the full council. And that is 1, to confirm the actual assessment, 2, to reduce the amount of the assessment and confirm it as modified. 3 would be to decide, to hear and decide the case based on the record and any newly discovered or additional information offered by the property owner, then to confirm the original or modified assessment at that time based on the newly discovered information. Or, and finally, we can refer the case back to the hearing officer if the newly discovered or additional information, I keep going back to that, newly discovered or additional information is needed before the final decision is made. And so that's what is before us this morning. Good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Chair. Robert Knight, Captain, in charge of the brush clearance program for the fire department. Every year, the fire department inspects approximately 179,000 properties that are located in the very high severity zone of the city of Los Angeles. And every year, we contract about approximately 1,000 properties. Those are the property owners that receive notice that a violation exists on their property, however, have either failed or refused to comply with the fire department requirements, and therefore the fire department takes action and abate those hazards to keep the community safe that's located in a very high fire hazard severity zone. The hearing officers heard approximately 86 hearings, cases that were appealed.
Is there a fee? Do they have to file a fee to have an appeal?
No. There's no fee. There is no fee to file an appeal. That's all in the process. That charge is actually accounted for in the administrative fee that is being charged. That's included in their assessment. Mm-hmm. The brush clearance assessment that goes towards the property owners includes the cost of the clearance, an administrative fee, and then there is a non-compliance fee for not complying by their due date. What is before the committee is the brush clearance and the assessment for the cost of the clearance. Of the 86 that are in this book, a total of 26 were either waived or reduced by as a judgment of the hearing officer that was appointed by the Board of Fire Commissioners. And so the remaining 60 is being recommended that it be moved forward to the property owners as their assessment continues and move forward onto their tax rolls.
Excellent. Thank you very much. I'm going to call in this order. We've got the first one here is CHA. Is that Charter Hills Academy? Or CHA? Oh, I wasn't sure. Okay, yes, if you want to come on up. No, I guess it's not. That's just your name. Okay, these are not. It's Cha Yun?
Yes.
Okay, I apologize for that.
Should I give to...
I was just looking the way it was written, so it looked like it might have been an organization or a company. Okay, or school. But yeah, if you've got something to submit, if you can please give it to the clerk as well. And then if you can just have a seat at the table and let us know what new information you might have. This is number, and you are number, let me find your file.
That's on page 25.
25.
Of the book.
Okay, Edelston Drive in Porter Ranch, got it? Okay, you do have 2 minutes, so I'm waiting for you to set up before you start the clock.
Okay, I'm ready now.
Okay.
On the microphone, please.
Yeah, if you can state your name for the record.
Okay, my name is Yoon Suk Cha. Okay, I have received September 3rd, 2011 notice of non-compliance letter from Dean Sean Inspector. And then I called him. I did clean May 3rd, 2011. And I don't need trim, but I think you picked the wrong property. That was not my property. I did report. And then I told him I'm going to check tomorrow. If we need clean, I will do. And then next September 3rd, next day I went there, was all clean, my area, and then I took a picture, everything, and picture was number 5 show there, okay? And then I told him I did clean everything, and then he said, okay, he will check, and then everything is clean, he will take care, removed my this one. And then I did, and then I did receive around November around, I did receive a notice for hearing notice from April 18, and because I didn't clean. And then I went there, I met Captain Knight, Robert, I explained them, I did clean everything, and Captain Knight told them, Dean Sean and also the other guy next, he's sitting in the back, Terry's Paul, and show up. They want to check, but my property is over 30 property. They couldn't check everything. They checked some, but this property they didn't check yet. They said they went their office. And then when hearing was happened, I told them, I just mentioned them. They said the proof, picture, and receipt. I brought them everything to. At the time, I couldn't provide. I brought today everything here. And then that's why I'm here. My property is very 16 feet and 140, very narrow, small piece, but they charge $150. My small part was.
You can go ahead and finish.
Yeah, my property is so small and then narrow. But next actually my property was clean. I trimmed everything's done, but my neighbor was not done. That is not my property, but. Inspector Dean Sean did a mistake. That's mine. That's why they charge about $150. But actually, most they do $600 to $1,000. But
because the administrative fee.
Right. No, not the administration. They said cost of clearance $150 they charged. But actually, that is not my property. It's neighbor property. He did a mistake.
Okay, got it.
Yeah,
Thank you.
that's why I want to clear. I want to bring all
I got it. Okay.
receipt. All, everything, picture.
Right. Yeah, I got it all here.
Yes.
Yes, no, thank you very much. I also have,
The other all 31, he dropped.
okay, got it. Okay, the other thing I have here is, airline tickets to Korean Air, was that?
So what is that? What number is there?
I don't know, you just submitted airline tickets. for
Number.
Korean Air.
Bottom has a number there.
Number 9, baggage claim.
Number 9
Oh,
is.
was there a reason for?
Oh, number 9 and 10 was my airline ticket. I went to there after clean. I went there Korea.
Oh,
That's
got
why
it.
I showed there. Proof.
Got it.
And then
You
my
went there after you
property,
cleaned it.
number 11 and 12 is my property.
Yeah, I got that too.
Number 11 and 12 is my property picture.
Okay,
My property
got it.
picture.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so I'm going to look for a response from the fire department because it did appear that you attended, in fact, the hearing. And so wanted to know and presented no evidence, is what it says here, that you hired anyone or any pictures that provided the clearing to the inspector during the appeal process at the time. So what?
That's why I brought the picture, everything.
I got
today.
it. Okay. And so this is new evidence.
Yes.
Have you, there was nothing submitted at the actual hearing?
That's correct, Mr. Chair. The property in question here, it comes down to a difference of where the property lines are.
Right.
Keep in mind, you look at the map there are very small lots
Yeah.
right next to each other. There are no fences, there are no markings. The question is that when he spoke with me in my office, is that he believed where his property lines are different from where our inspectors have utilized their calculation to determine where the property lines are. Our inspectors use the most modern technology, range finders, other measuring devices to determine the boundaries of where
mistakes
property
do happen.
lines are. And they use those calculations based upon the parcel maps that are provided by the LA County Assessor's Office. They make those determinations, and they determine this is where their property is located.
Okay.
If a property owner disagrees with that, we like for them to support that with some evidence. And usually that evidence is from a licensed, authorized surveyor who actually goes out there and provides that report to us. We review it, and then we'll concur with those boundaries. That was not provided by Mr. Cha, and so another way how I would decide to look at his point of view, I assigned an additional inspector with the inspector who's already assigned to that area to meet with Mr. Cha. So I sent 2 inspectors out there to meet with him, and both inspectors still concurred with the measurements of the initial inspector for that district area.
Got it, thank you.
Do you bring in the county assessor on this?
We just reviewed what
Just
county
the map,
inspectors,
just
the
based on the
maps.
maps.
Yes.
So,
Excuse me, at the time he showed up, I have 31 property. He checked everything except this one he didn't do because
let me just ask you this one question. There's one question. I hear you, and mistakes happen. Do you have an independent survey of the property lines? Because there's nothing submitted here.
no, this one doesn't need a very clear picture. Very clear
Okay.
picture.
Sir,
No,
the pictures don't show, a clear picture from space doesn't show property lines when they're not identified by either fencing or marking. So what I'm asking is, and they've already evaluated the photos and what they've gotten from the assessor's office as well and said that they were accurate, in fact, gone out a second time. My question is, do you have the ability to either submit or obtain an independent certified survey?
I did check. They charge about $3,000, but this property is only 500 property value.
So at the time where you first got the bill for $150, it could have been, I wouldn't ask you for you to pay even a dime if it weren't your property, but there was no response to say it wasn't your property at the time until after, in fact, looking at the records, the total assessment with the administrative fee was accrued. And so with that, I'm going to go ahead and pass this on to council. But in the meantime, before it comes to council, how quickly will this come to council?
Set a council date of August 7th.
Okay. So by August the 7th, if you have the ability to submit an independent survey, I don't know what they cost. You threw out a number, but I have no idea. Maybe you've got somebody else that can, if you've got 30 properties that does something for you. But if you have the opportunity to submit an independent survey has been requested as new evidence, then we'll go ahead and send that back to the hearing officer at that time from council.
How about this way? I am going to CD, and they will do
I'm not
color picture. They print out.
I'm not negotiating this. I'm giving you an out, and so the out is
But
that
what
you would submit
happened
that. I've got other ones I've got to get to, and so I appreciate your time on this and coming here as well. But I'm giving you the opportunity to do that, and if you can present that by council by August 7th, or show us even that you've contracted with one. If it hadn't been conducted yet, we'll allow some more time. But I've got to move on to the next item.
Oh,
So we'll go ahead and approve or deny the appeal and approve what's been submitted by the fire department this time, but I'm giving you just direction on what I would suggest that you do.
okay. So where should I bring in?
You'll bring it to council, directly to council on August 7th.
Where is the council address?
Here, on August 7th, on the 3rd floor at 10 o'clock p.m.
Oh, say one more time. I didn't.
At 10 o'clock a.m. Sometimes it feels like 10 o'clock p.m. Yes.
Can you do one more time? I just write down.
August 7th,
August 7th.
here at City Hall, the building that you're in right now.
Same this building.
No, it's this building,
This building, 3rd floor.
room 340.
340.
Yes,
Room 340. So to who? To whom?
council chamber.
If you can work with Captain Knight as well and submit the information to him, if you get it beforehand, it would make life much easier.
Okay, maybe I can turn into him, and then maybe he will.
If
maybe
he gets that
drop.
information and notifies our office prior to that, then it
Okay,
makes
I will
it a
do
lot
that.
easier.
I give to him, and then maybe he will drop, or he can do whatever he want, right?
Absolutely. Okay? Thank you very much.
I give to him, then it's better.
If you have that, yes. Please contact his
So,
office.
You said just private survey check which is my property.
Correct.
exactly. Okay.
As long as that private survey is certified, correct.
Okay, thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much. Appreciate your time. Okay, that takes us to Nancy Lee, or Lou, reading the writing, I apologize. And then, hi, come on up. Morning.
Good morning.
Thank you for your patience this morning.
I'm going to talk on behalf of my mom.
Okay, which page?
That should be page 68.
I'm sorry.
68.
68.
I think it's pretty similar to the last case.
If you could just state your name.
Oh, my name is Chris Liu, and I'm Nancy Liu's son.
Can you restart his time?
Yes, please. Thank you.
Thanks. So we have kind of the same problem where it seems to be a confusion about where the lot lines lie.
Okay.
The location of her property is supposed to be 3589 Glenaby Drive, parcel 001. We got a non-compliance after our guy, Miguel Cordes, he went and cleaned it, and he charged us $1,600. It was then assessed as a non-compliance, so he went out for a second time, and this time, knowing that he had completed our side, he told her that there was maybe the lot next to us that needed to be cleared. So he actually cleared that lot the second time. And
This is somebody that you hired and paid?
Yes.
Okay.
He then charged us $100 to clear the lot next to our lot. And so that's when we came to the hearing and we talked to Terry. We talked to Terry, and he said that they had a problem with their contractor, that he had assessed more or something. He was confused also about where the lot lines were. And so our assessment, or I guess we were just expecting that the fee would be waived then. It happened again this year where we got a notice for non-compliance for the lot next door. And so we appealed, and we said that it doesn't belong to us. It should be parcel 002. This time we did get the approval for the clearance after sending that in. And it seems to be the same issue last year and this year.
Okay. And so you had that, you had the issue last year as well, and then you have receipts of, or anything showing that you've paid this independent brush clearance
Pass this up to them.
technician?
2 invoices and a statement by our contractor.
I missed that, sorry. Oh, this is the invoice.
Yes. And when was the original assessment incurred? What was the date of the original cost of clearance assessment?
Well, the property was contracted by the fire department on December the 5th, 2011. So that's when the assessment for the cost of clearance and the administrative fee would have been assessed at that point.
I'm sorry, you said December?
December 5th, 2011, yes.
And this shows that it was actually done in June or May. On their, have you seen a copy of their?
This is the first time seeing a copy of his invoice that has been submitted. I don't even know if this was considered at his hearing. What happens is, particularly in that area off of Glen Albin, that part of the city, most of the vegetation in that area is grass or flashy fuels. And many times a property owner may clear it in the earlier part of the year, May or June, but then several months later down the road, the hazard will grow back later in the year, November and December, and then it'll exist again. The fire department's not going to ignore that. Even though you complied in May or June, we still survey our areas, and if it's in compliance in May or June, but come December or November and it's not in compliance, we're still going to issue another notice again. So that may be the case with this one. I'm going to recommend that we take this one and we review it back again,
Okay.
so that I can get a better look at it and speak with the inspector for the district.
And we'll go ahead and take that recommendation. So we're going to go ahead and pull it off file, and we'll send it back for an additional review. particularly in light of the new information and evidence as well.
Okay, so
Okay.
should we come back?
They'll contact you,
You'll come back, okay.
okay? And so you don't have to worry about coming back here on the 7th. They won't be part of the file that comes to council at this time, until they review it further. Okay? Thank you for coming this morning.
Thanks.
That'll be the action of this committee. All right, and the next one here I've got is Manfred Aguilar. Manfredo,
Yeah, this is,
is that correct?
yeah, this,
Oh, yes, welcome. Please. And what number is this?
This should be located on page 76.
I was
Before you start your time, if you can state your name for the...
Manfredo Aguilar.
Yes.
Yeah. Let me tell you this. I was on the piece of land, and I make my job maybe 85 to 95% correct, but I didn't measure exactly what belongs to me and what belongs to the next door people. And then it is true, whatever they told me is there, is there. I don't want to lie because it's there, but as I told you, I make the mistake. I think my piece of land get here, but they told me, no, it goes there. I say, oh, my Lord, I make the mistake. And they did the cleaning. But 90%, let's say 85 to 90% was perfect. And I went back, and I did the cleaning this time, like in April, I did the cleaning. And please, it was my fault. They are right. But I promise to you to do it 105% next time, because they explained me that my piece of land get to the post. They told me that post there. I say, oh my Lord, I make this mistake. And I am a minimum wages, maybe, I hope not to talk more than it should be. I am a minimum wages guy, and everything's to be high to me, you know. I am a people of, how do you say, dollar menu, Big Mac, burgers. Never pay $3 for a burger. That is too expensive to me. It's expensive to me. You know, it's a lot of bread out of my table. Believe, I'm not lying to you. I don't want to lie. And I believe in you people, and I know you are right, but I was a victim of the vandalism. They threw tires from the ups. They threw tires. All my tires get hopefully in the center of my piece of land. No, they get in the edge. That's why I make a mistake, you know. But I don't want you to blame me for the vandalism. I don't blame the police of Anaheim because the vandalism 3 days ago. I cannot blame them. What happened in Aurora, how do you say Aurora, Colorado? I don't blame the police.
Thank you.
A cuckoo guy can get there. Hopefully with those tires they don't kill nobody. You know.
Okay, so...
Hopefully.
A little off subject, but I appreciate that. If this were strictly a matter of sympathy, if it was strictly a matter of you coming here and saying that you made a mistake, we all make mistakes. If this were a matter of saying it's punitive and it's too much money, then if that were it, I agree, and it's waived. But it's not. It's not a matter of the money. And let me just explain. I've listened to you, so let me just explain this. If it's $10, if it's $100, if it's $1,000, the issue of brush clearance, why it's so important here in the city of LA, is because particularly if you live in a high fire severity zone, we have to ensure that we protect not only our dwelling units, but our neighbors, as well as the occupants, the residents, the children that are living in those homes as well. And for so many years, so many people didn't bother to do anything. And so the city kept on trying so many different things with different notifications, and then having the cost of clearance, and then there's administrative fees that have been articulated and why we have those fees, and oftentimes they seem so high, much more than the cost of the clearance, and that was because we have so many processes built in to its cost recovery, so we allow a free appeal. So we allow all of those things to come to light. If it's just a matter of financial hardship, I understand that. And so, Captain, do we have any provisions for financial hardship built into this?
In past, the hearing officer has weighed in favor for those who have financial hardship. However, they have to submit some documentation and evidence to support that, and that has to be verified.
So what type of evidence would need to be submitted?
That would be documents such as bank statements, tax returns.
Do we have a form or something that they would fill out for, or check off lists for financial hardship?
No, there's no form or check off or checklist for that.
So we just work with the individual and
yes,
let them know what's required?
That's correct. And
okay. Can we go ahead and, in this case, would this be a recommendation that you would look at, perhaps,
sure,
based on the information that's been brought forward, and looking at financial hardship, at least to lower the fees? If you're willing to submit that information and doing so, they're going to give you a deadline on when you're going to have to submit them by. Because if you come before me again and you haven't submitted the proper paperwork, we can't do it. Otherwise, we do it for everybody, and then it's not cost recovery. And we've got to ensure, number one, this is the Public Safety Committee, and you're before us as a matter of public safety to ensure that we're protecting the public, and that's what the fire department does. So this is not meant to be punitive. It's meant to protect you and your neighbors and your loved ones. And so, but we also don't want to come after you financially. So there's a mechanism, if you're willing to submit that paperwork and do so in a timely fashion, and Captain's office will work with you to determine when that information will be due. Is that something you can do?
Okay. Yes.
Okay. So we'll go ahead and do that. That'll be the recommendation then. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
Now, next year, you promised me 105%. I don't want to see you back here, because I'm going to double it 105%. All right. That takes us to the next item, the next person, which is Robin. That Chad, or Chard, on behalf of your father.
Yes, sir. My father couldn't make it this morning, asked me to pinch it.
Okay. And what number is this?
That would be page 36 in your
36. And go ahead, if you can just state your name for the record.
Sure. Good morning, Mr. Chair. Mr. Councilman, my name is Robin Chand on behalf of Carneal Chand, my father. The property is located at 22354 South Summer Ridge Circle. The rear of the property abuts the banks of the Chatsworth Reservoir, which I believe is the location of the property in question.
The Chatsworth Nature Preserve, yes.
Chatsworth Nature Preserve, God's country, we call it out there. We received our first. This is something we deal with every year because the brush comes back every year. So we received a notice of a notice from the fire department. I believe it was May 23rd, and we hired a gardener to do this, to clear the brush, and we presented this evidence at the last hearing. The last hearing asked us if we had any additional evidence to present at this one. So we, in fact, brought our gardener, Mr. Barajas. He's in the back. We contracted with him about 2 to 3 weeks after we received our first. We've got all that paperwork here. 2 to 3 weeks after we received our first notice of noncompliance, he performed the work a few weeks thereafter. Was paid before the end of the summer. Just a few days after we received our second notice. So even though the work was done, the notice kind of came. So it was a bit baffling to us. And then even though the work was done, we kept receiving successive notices and then notices of penalties. So, to the extent that the council or any member had any questions for Mr. Barajas, he's here for the council's inquiry.
Thank you. Well, I'm very familiar with the area, being my district, and it is a very high fire severity zone, so it's one that we take extremely serious, particularly with all the vegetation there and the wildlife in the nature preserve. First of all, just Mr. Barajas, thank you for coming as well, dragging him down here. You can refer to him as your gardener. I'll call him your brush clearance landscape technician.
Yes.
For the purpose of this hearing. But was this information, did they bring photos or any receipts to the hearing? Was there anything submitted that showed what's being described?
According to the hearing officer's report, that doesn't indicate that any receipts or photographs indicating that the work that they had done was sufficient to the fire department requirements. The record does show that the department went out and did an inspection on May the 20th and issued a notice of violation. The property was re-inspected on the August the 23rd of 2011, and the hazards still remain. However, some work had been done by the property owner, but it wasn't sufficient to meet the requirements of brush clearance for the area. So then for a second notice of violation was issued to the property owner on August the 23rd, the same day of the inspection, and we received, according to the record, we received no other response from the property owner, and therefore it was submitted into a bid session and contracted, and the city took action and cleared the property on October the 1st.
Well, this is a very sensitive area, and this is also around the same time, by the way, that the ecology pond, which is the backup water resource for the helicopters in that area, utilize for fighting fires. And we were having issues of drainage of the pond at the time, and so now we've got sort of a double issue of if you were causing a situation unintentionally or not, or certainly not intentionally, by the look on your face and your actions, and hiring and bringing in a landscape brush clearance technician, that this really put the area in jeopardy. If you've gotten notices from the fire department, why weren't they responded to?
Well, we had done the work in July, and the second notice came shortly thereafter, so we chalked it up to...
You assumed it was just came in the mail.
Yeah, that the notice came later than the work had, that the notice couldn't be saved by the time the work had been done. Mr. Barajas cleared the lot. I mean, we were actually quite baffled because the hillside, it was clear. So we didn't really understand as far as our property was concerned. And at the time, I mean, we're sensitive to the fact that this is a high brush area. We're vigilant about it every year. And we around Memorial Day, we get our act together to kind of get this taken care of. So the fact that he had come and...
How many years have you lived at the property?
10 years.
10 years.
December marks our 10th year. We've owned it for 14.
Have you ever received one of these?
I wouldn't know. My dad gave me this.
Do we have any history on the property to know if they've ever been cited before?
I can look up that history. I don't have it provided this morning.
If you can bring that on the 7th,
okay,
when we send it to council.
Okay.
So it sounds to me as it was a series of bad luck, but it was an assumption. There was an assumption made that where the work had been done, but it was done insufficiently, or at least there was some area that hadn't been cleared and remained vulnerable. And then immediately after the clearing, where you hired your brush clearance technician, the fire department came in, reassessed, and it still hadn't been done. You got the notice, but you assumed that it would already been mailed, but then it was in the mail, and then you did the work, and you just happened to get it in the mail in passing, but that wasn't the case.
I mean, to say that we assumed, I feel like, because it was a well-founded assumption, the combination of there being no brush and us and it coming relatively, we figured City Hall just sent the notice, not they hadn't been back out to inspect it. We didn't know, but the area was clear, and that's why Mr. Bras is there. We in fact feel bad the guy took the morning off. If you have any questions for him to resolve this.
Well, it's not really a court of law, so we don't bring up the witnesses. It's really the property owner. It's the principal.
Well, no, I know. I mean, we read the additional evidence. We figured why not bring the guy that cut the thing. So
yeah. Captain, do you have any recommendations based on any evidence or witnesses that have been brought forward?
Basically,
expert testimony.
Basically, we'll just go back and review the record to see the history of the property itself. And
I think if they've lived there for 10 years, if the history, I think, could determine, there was a statement made that they're diligent and well aware every year that they, on or around the same time every year, hire Mr. Barajas. Has been the same?
No, he hasn't been the same guy, but
different technician every year?
No, depending on whoever our gardener is. Our gardener changes because their schedule changes, and, I mean, we.
So you have no loyalty to the Garners?
Why
or-
loyalty on our
I'm
side?
kidding,
Loyalty
all right.
on their side.
So we'll go back and lock at the information and the history.
I got one question for the
Yes.
property owner. Mr. Chan, were you present at the hearing that took place on back on April the 23rd?
No, sir, I wasn't.
Okay, so you didn't review the photographs that were in the file?
No, my dad gave me this file
Okay.
last night.
The reason why I'm asking that question is at the hearing, the property owner is welcome to see all the files
Right.
that is in the record on that particular property, the history from years after year, the photographs that are taken. Our contractors are directed to take a photograph of what the property looked like prior to clearing the property, during the property clearance, and what it looks like after the property. So all that documentation is in the file for them to review. That's why I asked if
You didn't look at that? You didn't?
his father was there. He was
My
not
father was
not
at the
there.
hearing, and I'm the
Okay.
understudy.
So we're going to go ahead, we'll move this recommendation on to council as presented, unless something else comes to light between now and the 7th. The captain's going to go look and see if there's some other information in the file to show if there's a history of the property, and we'll look forward to your recommendation at council to see if we should continue it or send it back to the hearing officer. If you could, in the meantime, ask your father what happened when he came down at the hearing and he saw the information. He saw exactly that it hadn't been done. Although I wouldn't blame your technician on it solely, since and keep in mind the loyalty for your next year's contract. He took his day off to come all the way downtown today, and we got to applaud him on that. But that's between you two. So if you could look at, though, ask your father what he looked at, and if the evidence showed that it wasn't done, and we have that information, if he can answer that more clearly by the 7th.
If I may, I had a couple questions. I think that. Sure.
I can't,
That's fine.
unfortunately.
That's fine.
We've got to continue, we've got council right now, starting right now as well, though.
Right.
So thank you very much, and I've still got another card.
Thank you.
So we'll go ahead and move that on to council as well, and then if something, more information comes to light, then we'll revisit it. And then that brings us to the final card here is Parvin Gadarzi. Yes. Ms. Gadarzi. Good morning.
I believe Gadarzi is located on page 6, Parvin Gadarzi.
6?
Page 6, yes.
Morning.
Good morning.
Okay, please. Just state your name for the record and we'll start.
Okay. When fire department sent a letter.
If you could
for
just
me-
state your name for the record.
My name is Parvin Gudarzi,
Great, thank you.
and what else do you need?
Go ahead.
Okay. My,
I'm listening. I was reading I'm listening.
Okay.
Your clock's ticking, so I was listening.
my property is 2445 in Gilmore
Yes.
Street, West Hills.
Yes.
And when they sent a letter for me,
Yeah.
I was out of country. And I didn't get the letter because nobody is my home. I live alone. And just my neighbor put my mail in my garage. And when I came back, I saw the last letter.
Right.
And that was, when I came back, it was 12th of October. The last letter that they sent for me, it was 11th of October.
Got it. Okay, so you were out of the country.
Yeah, I was out of country from 5th of June till October 12th.
Got it. Unfortunately, that is, it's not a defense that is something that, under our scope, we can look at. We've got, how many properties do we examine and assess?
It's over 179,000.
Of 179,000 properties that we've got to look at each and every year?
Mhm.
Or is this done every other?
Every year.
Every year, 179,000. And to figure out who, people's travel agendas and when they're
Yeah.
available or
Yeah,
not.
you are right.
We can't take that into consideration. The other part of that is when a fire is spreading or starting, they don't look at the fact that they're going to skip a house because they're out of the country. And that's the reason for doing this. And I just
Yeah.
want you to understand how serious it is, and that's why I bring it up. I'm not trying to preach you on this. I'm trying to be very respectful and understand that. We don't have that ability to say, well, we're sorry you didn't get the notices because you were out. We expect property owners to even care for those properties while they are out and maintain
Yes.
those properties, particularly for public safety. And brush clearance is critically important.
Usually, every year they send a letter that you have to clean the brush. And every year I I have a pad,
Right.
that pad.
Sure.
And when I came back, I thought they are talking about the pad again. And then I hired somebody, and he came and cleaned that
Got it.
pad.
Right.
All many dead stuff. Then after that, one day I saw that the people are in behind the fence of my house, backyard, and cutting the trees. And I said, what's going on? They said, because you didn't, I said, I clean this part that I do every year. I didn't know I have to clean that part also.
Yeah. Okay.
Anyway, the problem is that, I have very fixed income,
I see.
which I send the letter and everything that I have. And I have the fixed expense that I have every month.
If
I
we-
send those too.
Okay. We do have the hardship exemption. Cap, did she request the hardship exemption? Do you have any records of that?
Yes, she attended the hearing. She had mentioned about the hardship. However, she didn't submit any evidence. We do have now that some evidence that she submitted that is just newly
Oh, she did. Okay.
been given to us. So we're in a process that we'll review it and make a recommendation.
Okay, so we'll go ahead and take that one out and send it back for additional review. And it won't be to waive it, but it'll be to work with you on hardship if there's an ability, if you've submitted the proper evidence. And we'll go ahead, that department will go ahead and contact you to let you know about that as well. Okay?
Really, it's hard for me to pay $1,500.
That's why we have the hardship exemptions, and we ask for the paperwork, and you brought it here. We'll just make sure that the department will make sure it's in proper order and it's exactly what they need. Because legally, they have to have certain documents to ensure that, in fact, they're giving out hardships and to those who are requesting it. But the most important thing, and we'll get beyond this, is that next year when you're out of the country, you'll know. You don't wait for the letter to clear the brush. We want to make sure that you come home to a safe home as well. Okay. All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
That concludes all of the specific speaker cards that I have, unless I'm missing any others. We had one submitted in writing on item 14.
Mr.
but the
Chair, we
person's
have
not here.
3 documents submitted via email
Via email.
that require your action.
Okay.
Copies of those have been given to Captain Knight.
All right. Let's see. I believe that
Was there any new information on any one of those particular documents, Captain?
let's see. The one document that was submitted was Mr. Manfredo Aguilar. We already discussed him. That's been taken care of.
Correct.
There is another document received via email.
Show hit.
Miss Loren Gies. I guess this.
Yes.
Here.
It's APN 207500403.
Do we historically allow the appeal process by email for committee? Has that been done in the past? Okay.
Is there an app for that too now?
Was that-
It's 99 cents.
Even one of the emails.
I want to make a correction here. Let me just double check. I just noticed something here. 75. According to the submitted email, the APN is 2075-004-003. However, our records don't reflect that that is the property that was assessed. The property that was assessed was actually APN number 2075-004-035 instead of.
Okay.
In fact, The 5 is missing off of the APN. That's what it is. This is 9 digits, an APN number is 10 digits, and that's what the confusion is. So there should have been a 5 at the end of that.
Okay, so what would you recommend on that then?
Okay, so what happened here is the appellant did not appear to the hearing. So they did not get an opportunity to review their documentation by the fire department, and they're claiming that the work that they did was sufficient to for fire department requirements. The inspector for the area actually visited the area, and he disagreed with the work that was already done. In fact, I reviewed his records just recently that I have here with me now, and I have the photographs also if you'd like to see them. But the property had very minimal work that was done, and the fire department followed its procedure and abated the hazard.
Okay, so we'll go ahead and take the fire department's recommendation on that and move that on to council as well.
Very good.
I don't see, just for the record, I do not see hardship exemption being asked for on this particular file.
Yeah, that's correct. There's no hardship exemption being requested here. What they are saying is that we try to clear the property. And she submitted a clear by owner record for 2012. She's being assessed for 2011. So
Correct. I think she's misunderstood on that. Okay, thank you. The next one?
There are 2 others. The next one is APN 2706-003-025. Page 28, I believe that is.
yes, Shohet.
Yes, on Nashville and Chatsworth.
Let's see. Yeah, here I believe the property owner, they attended the appeal, and let me see here. They believe that the work that they had done also of the work was sufficient enough that met the fire department's requirements. However, this one was a unique one. Now it's come back to me. They were cited by the Department of Building and Safety as well as by the fire department.
Really?
And they submitted the documentation of the notice that they received by the Department of Building and Safety for numerous other debris and other violations. When that property owner complied with the Department of Building and Safety's requirements, they believe that that would also meet the requirements of the fire department's brush clearance requirements, which is not the case. There were brush clearance issues that needed to be taken care of. These photos that are showing...
These photos, these are from the contract,
These are from our contractors that we gave the property owner at the hearing that he attended.
Yeah, these clearly show that it was not cleared. So
His
I don't
appeal-
think this merits any further discussion. We'll just go ahead and move this one on as well. The pictures speak for themselves. So
Yes.
Was there one final?
There is.
Yes.
It's APN 5579007-022.
And this is a property management company?
Yes, that's correct. Edelist on page 101. The appellant here is lost its appeal basically because of the issue of service. This person is appealing that they did not receive the notices of violations. However, when we looked at the APIS report, the notices of violation were actually mailed to the property located at 4420 Sherman Oaks Circle in Sherman Oaks. Now, as the fire department does, is they serve the property owner in 2 forms. They serve the property owner through U.S. mail to the address that's on record with the property owner. We also post the property indicating where the hazard exists. The property in question was actually located at 3397 Barham Boulevard, which is owned by the property owner, but a tenant resides there. The tenant and also the property owner is contesting that we did not post the property, that we just went and started doing the work, so he didn't receive proper notice. He is making some claims here on his email letters that was submitted, that he's had several different mail carriers over the past year or so, and had his mail forwarded to another address and did not receive his mails that were sent to him in the mail. The fire department is unaware when a person changes his address or has it forwarded to another location.
Yeah, we address these every year, and it's usually a tenant situation, not an owner situation, that says they never received it and the tenant doesn't pass it on to the owner. So we'll go ahead and move this one on as well. That'll conclude the assessments. That leaves us with item 2, and appreciate all your patience in sitting through this as well. On item 2, we have a speaker's card. We weren't opening anything up for public comment. If we do open up public comment, although it doesn't qualify legally under the Brown Act, we have to open it up for all speaker cards equally and fairly, which I will do. And so in the light of that, if there's anybody here that is still here through this meeting that filled out a speaker card, would you all please come forward on any item that we've heard today at all, whether we've passed that or not, and the issue of fairness.
Thank you for your patience.
Good morning. I drove just as far as Councilman Yo Buscaino. I'm coming from San Pedro with my little niece, and I wanted to thank the Councilman Buscaino for working very hard.
Can you state your name for the record?
Yes, I'm sorry, Dr. Irene James, and I represent the Harbor City Neighborhood Council, and I'm talking on behalf of the council and myself to thank him for working so quickly and expeditiously to get this skateboard problem taken care of in Harbor City. It's become a problem where cars can no longer drive through our streets, and I believe that that ordinance is going to take care of that. So that's why we got up early and decided to come and thank you personally for the hard work that you did, given that you are a new council member and you really got the skates there running with this ordinance. So thank you so much. We really, really appreciate your work.
Thank you, Doctor.
Thank you for coming down here. And while you're down here, have you been to City Hall before?
Yes, I have. When I was in high school, I worked under the supervision of Tom Bradley. I worked as a summer intern in his office, and then I work with Teresa Hughes, and been all over the place.
Fantastic.
And I'm trying to get my niece into it, so that's why she's here.
That's
She's a she's a first grader, and she's 7 years old.
She's adorable.
Her name
I
is
have 2
Valerie
daughters
James.
as well. Very
You're
cute.
down the council, if you can. Council chambers.
Yeah, so we're going to go immediately after this item down to council chambers on the 3rd floor.
Okay.
So bring her down to council. So,
Okay, we will.
absolutely.
Thank you. Thank you so
And
much.
I'll go ahead
for
and
your
turn it
time.
over to, Mr. Buscaino.
Well, thanks, Mr. Chair. On this item, I want to thank the City Attorney's Office for drafting this ordinance. I would just say, in light of time, because we have to get the chambers, I know there were 2 drafts that were before us, and one draft completely eliminated skateboarding and prohibited skateboarding on public streets, and something that I pushed for not to have, but in respect to the City Attorney's Office, that had been done that had to be done. So I would request that we note and file the ordinance that was drafted that completely eliminates skateboarding and prohibits skateboarding on public streets and sidewalks, but also move on the second ordinance that was drafted that clearly indicates what you can and cannot do on a skateboard in a public street. So
Okay,
if you can help us with that.
And that'll be the recommendation from this committee as the chair.
Very good.
Great. That'll conclude the public safety meeting, and we'll see you in council. Thank you.